Welcome back, everybody. After a week of this guy getting his ass kicked by a bug, I'm finally, maybe, capable of streaming without going into some sort of coughing fit. So it's mostly been congestion up in here. So I apologize for the delays. I did get sick around Monday, and it kind of just kicked my ass all week. Good afternoon, Army Vet. Welcome to the Build Show, the Friday Build Show. Hey, what's poppin'? How's it going? But anyway, this bug has kicked my butt, so I apologize. I am way behind on my builds this week. Let's go, the amazing Ben. Thank you. So we've got lots of builds to do. I'm trying to start earlier today than normal. Normally I'm starting around 8 p.m. for the streams, but we've got several builds to do today. So 3 at least is what I have to get through today, and then we'll have a couple more tomorrow for sure. So now that I'm back up to par where I can stand without passing out or feeling like I need to pass out, and I'm not going into a coughing fit every 5 seconds, I can build again on stream. So here we go. We're going to start off with a badass PC for Mr. Zach. I know the name up there is not correct because I'm not all here. I'm on a lot of pain meds right now, or different meds. A lot of ibuprofen right now. But this build is actually for... Did I spell Zach right? Yeah, Zach. And it is build number at least 1 of 3 that we're going to be doing today. Let's go! RAM came in today. Awesome! Did you plug it in already? You plugged that RAM in already? Yeah, I dropped it off yesterday, so I assumed they would be there. At least the soonest it would be there would be today, so kind of what I anticipated. But let me know if you have any questions when you go to pop that RAM in, but it's going to be that same slot we're using, and then you skip 1 slot to the left and plug it into that middle slot between the 3 remaining there. Work stuff will be okay. Yeah, just let me know. If I'm on stream here, just jump into chat and ask me. And I can jump off and get on the phone. Hey, Kenneth, glad you're feeling better. Thank you. I don't know if my voice still sounds the way it was all week, but basically I sound like somebody's just holding my nose closed. And I was short-winded, so talking was difficult. For, you know, when you're streaming it, you talk generally, right? So it's hard to do. I would go into a coughing fit. The coughing fit would not end well. I'm still kind of under the weather, but enough is enough. I can't be sick anymore. I have to keep building. Builds are piling up. It's getting stupid over here. I can't even walk because I'm still, you know, taking the orders and getting the parts in. So I can't even walk to my door over there without, like, sidestepping, scooting, because I've just got so many parts in here all at the same time. And then I've had a couple of walk-ins, just walking in, hey, can you fix my computer? So we had to take care of that today, because I actually planned on starting the stream at, like, I don't know, around noon, but I had a couple of people walk in asking for repairs. Looks like the Nerf gun was toxic. Hey, it was my daughter that came across a Nerf gun, and she asked me to pull it for her, and she pulled the trigger, and that sound triggered. I'm like, what does that sound remind me of? And I had to go find it, and it was that Britney Spears remix of that toxic Britney Spears song. I'm like, it was from a long time ago. I felt like Gandalf sitting in the cave. I have a memory of this place. Found it, and then I'm like, let's just throw together a funny video, throw it out there, and see what happens. All right. So, Mr. Zach, I know you've been waiting all day for me to start this build, and probably all week, wondering when I'm going to build it. So I apologize about the long wait getting to this point. I didn't plan on getting sick, so it kind of screws me. Because now I have this pile of builds I have to do all at the same time, which they're all due to be done pretty much today. So here we go. Mr. Zach, this one is for you. PC we're going to be building is the Titan Force X3D. So if you're not familiar with this build, it is available on our website. You can check it out. The Titan Force is a build that you can customize on the website. The only thing you really can't customize is the chassis, the motherboard, etc. Some key specifics on the build. But you can customize the GPU power supply combination, the cooler, the RAM, and the storage. You can also choose what color you want. The people understand, Ben. Glad you're starting to feel better. Thank you. No worries. Excited to watch you, brother. Awesome. All right. So the Peerless Assassin, or I'm sorry, the Peerless Assassin. See, I told you guys, I'm loopy. I'm not all here. If I build your PC backwards for some reason, I am sorry. I'm just kidding. I won't do that. The Titan Force X3D that Mr. Zach has chose is the Tier 1, which is it's specifically the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. So it's an X3D processor with the 3D V-Cache from AMD, which has got 8 cores and 16 threads, a maximum boost of 4.5 gigahertz on the AM4 platform. So we're going to be plugging that into a B550 MSI Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi motherboard. This board is pretty much got everything you need for this platform. I think it's got a couple of M.2 slots as well, so you could upgrade the storage later if you wanted to add more. And it will have 2 additional memory slots for the RAM as well. So you can always upgrade the RAM also on this system. So a couple of upgrade options there. And then, of course, graphics card could be upgraded. But we are going to be running specifically 32 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 by Team Group, which is the T-Force Delta, and it's in white. It's addressable RGB. So that's 2 16 gigabyte sticks at CL16, 3200 megahertz. Great stuff. Solid state drive is going to be the 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD. It was supposed to be silicon power, but we actually got a faster, better drive by Team Group for the same price. So we matched. It's obvious. It's the same price. Didn't make sense to buy the one that's slower, so we got the faster drive. That's the Team Group MP44. This guy. 2 terabytes. All right, and then we are going to be powering this system with a 650 watt 80 plus gold certified ATX PSU, and that's by Segitep. It is not a modular power supply, but it's got everything that you'll need on the power supply to run this PC. It's got more than enough power for it. We're going to be cooling the CPU with a Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE Tower air cooler, and that is it's got 6 heat pipes and 2 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans on the tower itself, tower cooler. So it's a great cooler. It's going to do a great job with the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. Last but not least, the case that we're going to be building is the Montech Air 903 Max. So it's got 3 140 millimeter fans on the front, 1 in the rear, and I'm sure Army Vet is probably familiar with that case because I recommended it to him and he actually just picked it up and moved his build over to it, I think. Right? I think so. Ben, my build is a beast. 4070 Ti Super, thanks again. No problem, man. The Jar of Dirt has arrived. Welcome, Jar of Dirt. Well, I mean, without further ado, there's not much more to run through here, so we're just gonna go ahead and get started. See how loopy I am? I'm just like, I'm here. It's familiar to me. I could probably throw myself in autopilot and do the build, but I'm worried about my decision making in autopilot right now. All right, so let's go ahead and start the build. Oh yeah, we also have white cable extensions. Add some flavor of that. Oh, you like this? They shipped me this one in the box like that, no extra padding. So this is a mystery when we open this up. I'm just kidding, it's there. Hey, thanks for the follow, sir. The King Mob, TTTV. TTV. It's a great case. Yes, I 100% agree with it. I love the case. I love everything about this case. All right, we could go ahead and get a good old zoom on this board and see what we could... See how close we can get here without freaking out. There we go. Remove the anti-static bag. And then we're going to get started with our AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. I don't know if that's going to... My camera struggles of late. That just slides right on into the slot and the hammer closes and that secures it. We're ready to move on to the next item, which is going to be, well, let's do the RAM. This is 32 gigabytes DDR4 3200 megahertz CL16, 216 gigabyte sticks by Team Group, which is the T-Force Delta addressable RGB series. And it's in white. Add that white flavor. If you haven't noticed, the theme of the build is white. The next up is our MP44 Team Group 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD. I believe this one has up to 7,000 megabits read and 6,500 write speeds. A very snappy drive. And there we go. Storage is installed. 2 terabytes, 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM installed, and our Ryzen 7 5800X3D is installed. So now, next, we're going to get the Thermalright Peerless Assassin installed, which is our tower air cooler. That thing is massive and it's white. Fury set. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's the exact screw type for the SSD docking bay port? Offset or on board, and what measurements? I don't remember the... You picked a bad day to ask me a question like that. Number one, I'm on weird meds right now, and I'm a little loopy. And I can't I know it's an M something, but I can't think of the exact size. I'd have to actually put it up on Google and ask that. I just call them M.2 screws for the M.2. And then the SSD for SATA, it's the same screw usually you use for the motherboard. But there is an actual size for them, yes. Don't know. Off the top of my head right now. Can't answer that question. It's not there. Bruh. I know. M2X 0.4 millimeter. Army Vet over on Twitch says that is the size. Was that for the M.2 SSD or the SATA 3 SSD? I guess that's going back to Fury over on YouTube, that question. Because there are two different SSDs. I'm dead. I know, it's an M.2, but not all the M.2 are the same. Correct. It would depend on the motherboard manufacturer and which one they used. So, I don't know. 3 out of 5 stars, just kidding. Thanks. Well, Mr. Furry, you can go yourself. I don't generally retain that type of information. Not gonna lie. And maybe if I was... Keep up the good work, thanks. But yeah, if you can get me the model of the motherboard that you're using, I could try to find the exact screw that's used for that board. And I probably have one here. No kid, no joke. I have a pile of them. So if you're local, bring your board by, and we'll match a screw for you. Pretty sure this curves inwards. You'll look? Alright. You meant to ask me, what mic do I use? This is the HyperX Quadcast, the microphone that I use. I like it because I can adjust it for different scenarios. That's the reason why I use it. So if I am in more of a setting where I'm talking on both sides of the mic, I can adjust it. I don't have to constantly keep repositioning the microphone. I should probably change out to a clip-on or a wireless mic set, but they're expensive. And the only time I would really be using that is here when I'm streaming, and it just doesn't make sense. This Quadcast does everything I need it to do. So maybe when I'm bigger and I have a need for it, I will do that. I'll get the wireless mic. All right, there we go. We've got our mounting brackets for our AM4 kit installed. Now we can put this big chunk of metal on top of the CPU after we apply some thermal paste. Remember, AMD's hotspot is on the lower side, so that's really the key place where you really want to make sure the pace is going to be, is on the lower side of the CPU. I kind of lean a little bit towards that side. All right, here we go. We want thermal right reading the same direction as T-force. That should do it. For the aesthetics. And I'm an idiot. I warned you guys, I might build it backwards. With dots? I just added a little bit, yeah. It just ensures that I'm getting the edges of the CPU too, because generally when you do XX, it will spread out, and you'll have like this like flat X, basically a pancake X. So the edges of the CPU is what I call missed opportunity. So adding those little dots there will add it, or make sure it gets it. Yeah, it might pour over the side a little bit, but I'm not really worried about that. I'll probably be the next person that takes this cooler off anyway. Why is this so tough? Does not. Doesn't feel like it's threading right. Much better. Glad I stopped that, because I probably would have broke the stud. Then that would have been awkward. I have another white Peerless Assassin here, though. Alright. Still would have been awkward. B560DS3H AC revision 1.0. Pretty sure this is my motherboard. Yeah. I've got a ton of Gigabyte M.2 screws here. I just don't know the size. I'd have to look it up. I'm using the Gen 4 SSD slot right now over the main GPU slot and under the CPU. But let me guess. You either threw away your M.2 screws, not knowing you needed them later, or you got a pre-build and they didn't send you the M.2 slots, or M.2 screws. Because that shit drives me nuts. And that's why I have extra screws here too. Customers will come in and be like, hey, I want to add storage. Okay, no problem. That's easy. Where's your M.2 screw? Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. Then, you know. So that's why I got M.2 screws here. Yeah, so the pre-built company, whoever built it, shipped it without the M.2 screw probably, because they're morons. They don't think anybody's ever going to try adding more storage to their PC, which is one of the easier things you can do to a PC. Yeah. No, they didn't scam you. They're just idiots. They're not thinking ahead. All of my PCs I always ship out with the M.2 screws. So, for example, this one has one more M.2 slot down here at the bottom of the board. And Mr. Zach will have his M.2 screw in his hardware kit. Army Vet over on Twitch says the M.2 0X 2.5 millimeter is the size for Gigabyte. So if you want to hop on the Twitch channel, his answer is there. Thank you, Army Vet. You're a true friend of the crowd. All right, we got a couple of fans to add here. Oh, yeah. What did he say? M.2 0X 2.5 millimeter is the size for Gigabyte. That is the answer that he pulled from Google, I'm assuming. Trying to be helpful. Well, I appreciate it, sir. You're a true friend of the crowd. Oh, yeah, they are dumb. Which pre-build did you get? Was it me? Because you should have had the M.2 screw. But I don't think I would have built with that motherboard. Forgot how off this fan has to be. Because of the height of that RAM. Oh, didn't know they existed in 2021. Sorry, bro. No worries. Market was doo-doo cheaper to get the pre-built at the time. Yeah, I know. It was all stupid expensive then. It was what I call a shit show. Anytime somebody was coming to me for PC builds and I'm like, they're like, I have like $800, and I'm like, that's still barely, that's not enough. I'm like, we're looking at $1,000 for something usable right now. During that time, it was a shit show. The graphics card alone, like an RTX 3060, was like $600. Or no, that was a 1660 Super, $600. A 3060 was almost $1,000. So like half the price of the PC. It was just pathetic. Nice. 3060 now you can get for around $300-ish new. And on the used market, you could find it for around 250 bucks. The 12 gig. Oh, we were all screwed in 2021. It's not just you, man. Everybody that bought a PC or something related to a PC, they were screwed in 2021. And it's not like I was earning from that either. I don't make any more then than I do now. It was literally the prices of everything. It was stupid expensive. Oh, it's a foot. All right, so now that the board is ready to go, we can move on to getting the motherboard installed into the case. So I'm going to get the case out. Max over there by you? Okay. I just haven't seen him in a while. Okay, we'll play this game. Ah! I always hate getting zapped, but I do. Every time. Okay. So my bro said stop talking so you can get to his too. Okay. Who's your bro? I still like my PC upgraded from 16 to 32 gigs RAM. Nice. Got a nice SSD also. That's why I was asking about the screw. Nice. Yeah, those are generally the two most common things that are upgraded in a PC. The SSD and the RAM. So when pre-build companies don't give you the M.2 screw for the board, I think that's absolutely stupid of them. Because it comes with the motherboard. What's his first name? Your bro. If he's waiting for a build. Hunter? No worries. I don't know if I have a Hunter in here. It must be under a different name, maybe? I could go look here in a minute. Is it for a birthday? Very gay, but you're smart. Thanks. He needs the PC bad. Okay. Let me double check where he is. So he is build number 4. We were only going to do 3, but if I get these builds done quick enough and I have time to get to the build number 4 today, then I'll do it today. If not, it will be built tomorrow. Capiche? I just need to post a live list where everybody can check in on the status. That's what I need to do. I'm going to make that happen here soon. Yes. Ugh. I'm sorry. I told you guys I was behind. I was behind pretty bad. Nice. I will do what I can. I was sick all of this week. I'm excited either way, buddy. I was just excited to have a PC buddy. Nice. I mean, it wasn't just I've got the sniffles sick either. It was worse than that. It just kicked my butt. All right. I hate not meeting expectations. If you can't tell. Pack these screws up before they just get all over the place. Send these to the other side. Where they belong? Alright, let's go ahead and start plugging in our motherboard. Front panel stuff for the case. Yeah, sorry, you're not feeling well. Get well soon, God bless. Thank you. I'm doing much better now. Still not 100%. Still a little loopy. But I really can't sit around and wait to get better anymore. Things have to get done. But here I am. USB-C here, USB 3 there. And then we've got system fan here, and addressable RGB there, front panel, and audio. Have to re-verify where everything went. We use the third one. Now we're going to use the second one. Makes way more sense. Really, this is the only one going back up to the top. It's lower soft when I move away from the microphone. I just have to remember to pull it closer to me as I'm working away from the microphone. I'm terrible about doing that. And then I mumble a lot too. Bad habit of mine. Where did my HD audio go? There you are. Come here, you. Try to run away from me. All right. Now we can plug a power supply in. How about that? Wait. Let's do the cable combs, then the power supply. Yeah. Whose PC are we getting all built today? Zach is being built, number 1. Number 2 is going to be for Jacob. And then, excuse me, number 3. Number 3 is for you. For, I think, a special birthday boy. So, be on the lookout today. And then number 4 is going to be for Mr. Hunter. Ethan. And then number 5. I don't know what number 5 is. I have to go back there and look. That's a tomorrow thing anyway. 4, PC build number 4, 5, and 6 are probably all going to be tomorrow. So just expectations. Looking forward to it. Me as well. Literally everything came in today. I'm sitting there tapping my foot waiting for it. We do have a birthday boy tomorrow receiving one of the PCs that we're building, which is pretty cool. I love cable combs, guys. Cable combs, you have to sit here and put each of the cables wires into its respective locations. That's what kind of gives it its clean look. like it's combed. That's why they're called cable combs. But they are extremely time consuming. Even when you've done a million of them. But they are worth it. They do look cool. They look clean. Do do do. Do 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 do. I think we gotta get a new playlist. Trying to get these cables trained too, so they're not doing some funky stuff after I get it in there. Can't read the chat while my eyeballs are in use. So how is everybody else's day today? I haven't really asked that yet. Warned you guys, I'm pretty loopy. You know what, let's just slap the graphics card in here. That way, we can put the extension on there. When we put the power supply in, we can just plug it in downstairs on the backside. Don't got to do anything on the front. Work's almost over. Getting paid to watch this. Not bad. Hey, that's pretty cool. Getting paid to watch. So what you're saying is I should probably stream during business hours more often. That's dope. White graphics card, white heatsink for the CPU, in a white case on a black motherboard with white RAM. The color scheme is just mucho good. Hey, thanks for this follow, Mr. Garlic Bread. I almost called you seasoned garlic bread. do you guys ship with? UPS. We ship with UPS, Mr. Hunter. She's pretty. She is pretty. We don't need a super big graphics card because Zach's not trying to compensate for anything. Hey, CR Johnny. Thanks for the sub, sir. Over on the Twitch side of things. We are streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Kick right now. So if you hear me talking to somebody and you don't see the chat, I'm not talking to myself, I promise. I know what he's packed. Lie as he is. I mean, the heatsink is pretty big, so maybe he is compensating for something. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. Pretty clean, huh? Well, guys, there's only one thing left to do. Plug a power supply in. I guess 2. Cable management. And then I guess 3. Fire it up. 4070 Ti Super. No, this is a 4060 MSI. And which one is it? It's an RTX 4060 by MSI. But it's the white version. I can't remember what that was called. The Ventus 2X. I wasn't sure if they went with the same model as last year. Clean as fudge. Fudge? Well, let's get this power supply installed, and then we move on to more fun things. I know you're all here just to watch me plug a power supply in. Come on. Excuse me. Hey, ZX Too Slow. Thanks for the follow. welcome. Welcome to the Build Show. I almost forgot what day it is. Friday Build Show. That sucked. Do do do. My dog is acting deprived. I had no sound for a while. I was wondering what was going on. Well, I hope it's not on my end. What's up, Steve? Steven? How's it going, man? Gotta give that dog some love. All right, what do you guys think of that cable management? It's about as good as it's going to get today. Both sticks. They're a kit, so you want to replace both sticks. Even though they're the same exact RAM, they always send them in a as close as paired as possible fashion in a kit. So just replace both. Remove the one you have installed and install the two new ones. Looks great. Awesome. Fix that up, see? There's a way to get it to stay. But it looks clean. What do you guys think? Clean? If the side panel can be fitted, it's done right. Also, hiya! Hey, what's up, man? Mr. R. Lewis. Yeah. All right. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Plug this bad boy in and see if it posts. Here's your hardware kit with all the extra screws. When you ever go to upgrade and compensate for more, you'll be able to. All right, so we're gonna plug it in and I'll get you guys a side view here in just a moment, so hang tight. I'll fix the camera, don't worry. All right, Mr. Zach. Are you ready to fire this thing up? Sorry, I keep shaking the camera. You have 120 channels. That's a ton of channels, dude. Yeah, it is. Ready. All right, so I pretty much got the okay to push this power button, so I'm going to go ahead and push the power button. Not bad. In the process of making a cheapo Acer PC a bit better. Just swapped the brackets on a GT 1030. Nice! We were way up on the volume. Sorry, guys, if we were crackly. Rippy! I know. The camera keeps bouncing every time I touch this table. I have to move that mount off this table. It's mounted to the side of the table, and then it's got an arm that kind of swings way out and then points back in. We've got a post! So for the AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 3D, we're now in the BIOS on the B550. Moster Techie Gaming, and other news and music. You do pay for premium. No, I hear you. Yeah, my music I pay for premium, both for the stream. This is Epidemic Sound. This is where the music comes from, which makes so I don't get, you know, slapped. Hey, thanks, Adam, over on the Facebook page for the like. Appreciate you, sir. And then Ange53 over on YouTube subscribed. We're actually creeping up on 500 subs over on YouTube. Very close. Still gonna whoop your butt. Still gonna whoop your butt. I don't know if this doesn't help his performance, you know, gameplay performance, of course. It may not be gosh. It may not be the problem. The problem may not be with the equipment. It may be with the skill of the player. That is what I was trying to say. That's how long it took me to get that out of my head. Wow. More caffeine, please. But yeah, we are on 32 gigs, reporting in with our 2 terabyte M.2 that I see there by Team Group. With the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D, we're displaying, so obviously the display currently functions. The graphics card. It was a very fast delivery. Ordered it Wednesday, was in my hands 11:30 yesterday morning. Wow, that is very fast. Is this an RTX 4070 Super? No, this is the RTX 4060. It is the MSI RTX 4060 Ventus 2X or X2. 2X is the model. It's in white. So I wanted to go as much white as I could. Sorry, I keep bumping this damn camera. Every time I touch something, it's like, ah! But it is a, like I was saying, full specs, just run through everything. It's an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 3D on a MSI B550 Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi with 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 CL16 by Team Group T-Force Delta addressable RGB in white. Cooler is the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE. It's got 6 heat pipes and 2 120mm PWM addressable RGB fans, as you can see there. And then we have some white extensions going to a 650 watt power supply by Sigitech, which is 80 plus gold. And then we have an RTX 4060 for the graphics card, which is an MSI RTX 4060 Ventus 2X, and a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD by Team Group, which is a MP44. This is the Montech 903 Max, which includes the 3 140mm addressable RGB PWM fans on the front, and then 1 140mm PWM white in the rear. This is all in white. So, it's a wonderful build for the price. It's going to maximize the performance there. Solid door or window. It is a tempered glass window, which we can put on, but the light doesn't like to, it reflects off the camera doesn't like to pick up things with glass because of all the reflections. It'll kind of go through this freak out motion. But it is a tempered glass window. Side panel. So you'll be able to see the inside of it and enjoy the beautiful RGB. The RGB can be controlled by the RGB button here, LED button on the top of the case, or it could be also controlled by the MSI Mystic Light once we get that installed. It's going to be running Windows 11 Pro. And I'll hopefully have everything ready for pickup before the end of today. So I'm going to send this PC over to the next bench behind me. I'm going to get Windows started on this, and then we're going to move over to the next build. So hang tight. Oh boy. Oh. Catch you later. Nice job. Thank you, Johnny. For a second there, I'm like, wait a second, we're missing a part. We're missing a graphics card. That's because they ordered it without it. So this guy, Jacob, I'm gonna switch the name on the screen for you. Oh, come on. What, you gotta do this for me? It's Mr. Jacob. We have your build. I don't know if you're on here or not. I'm gonna take a 5 or less minute break. I'm gonna go refill my Red Bull. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna grab another Red Bull. Use the restroom. Clear my sinuses that are making me sniff a lot. Makes it look like I'm a cocaine addict, but I'm not. And then we're gonna get started on this build. But this build is pretty dope. For what we got it for, it's impressive. The only thing we didn't get in this build is a graphics card because they're going to be utilizing RTX 3080 Ti that they currently have. So we're going to be building this and throwing in probably, I don't know, another card that I have here. NVIDIA preferred, so I don't screw up any drivers. So I'll try to put an NVIDIA card in here temporarily while we build it and load Windows. You know, technically we don't even have to do that because I think this has onboard graphics. Right? You guys, anybody know if the AMD Ryzen 7 7800X 3D? Yeah, it has Radeon graphics. Never mind. We can just run that. So give me like a couple of minutes and I'll be right back and we're going to start build number 2 for Jacob. Hey, thanks for the sub. I'm gonna start, yes. I had, we're just switching between builds. And I'm starting Windows on the other build. All right. So, Mr. Jacob, he wanted to build without a video card because he already has an RTX 3080 Ti to get him started. So, we're going to be putting together a AMD Ryzen 7 7800X 3D, which has got 8 cores, 16 threads, and a max boost of 5 gigahertz. And it's got the AMD 3D V cache if you're not familiar with that. But then we are also going to be using the Arctic Liquid Cooler 3 to cool the CPU. If you're not familiar with this cooler actually just came out not too long ago, earlier this year. I guess it's over a month now that it came out. It's a great cooler, highly recommended, especially for AMD because of the offset mounting that I always talk about with the cooler. And then we've got 32 gigs of DDR5 6000 megahertz CL30 RAM. 16 gig sticks, which is the Flare X by G.Skill. We're going to be building with a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD, and we're going to be putting this on a Gigabyte B650 Gaming X AX, which has got the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth built into it, ATX motherboard, and again, the graphics card is going to be provided by the customer, which is an RTX 3080 Ti. We're going to be putting this in the Montech Air 903 Max ATX mid tower with a tempered glass side panel and a front mesh in it, which also includes the 3 140mm PWM addressable RGB fans and a 140mm PWM black mounted in the rear. So 3 in the front, 1 in the rear. And then we've got a Thermaltake Tough Power 1050 watt 80 plus gold certified fully modular PCIe 5.0 ATX 3.0 ready power supply. So this has the power supply or the connections that he'll need if he ever wanted to, say, upgrade to a 4070 Super or up, or even maybe one of the newer 5000 series cards. They're going to be coming out soon. I don't know, I think it's in the next year or so that they're probably coming out. But this will have the connection, the 16-pin connection that he would want for those cards when he goes to upgrade. And then we're just going to be using the power supply cables that are in here. We're not adding any extra flavor to that. So, without further ado, let's start build number 2. I'm going to move some of this out of the way so we can get building. The theme is black also, just for awareness. We'll get zoomed in here in just a moment. All right, so we're going to start off with the Ryzen 7 7800X3D. 8 cores, 16 threads, and a maximum boost of 5 gigahertz. It's a very powerful CPU. And now we have 32 gigs, right? Yeah, 32 gigs DDR5, 6000 megahertz CL30, which is G.Skill Flare X. Two 16 gigabyte sticks. And then we're going to install a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD by Team Group. It's the MP44. I think these are about $130 right now. And the RAM, probably around $100 as well. CPU, very pricey. Motherboard, also pretty pricey. All right, so we've got our 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD and our 32 gigs of DDR5 6000 megahertz CL30 RAM and our Ryzen 7 7800X3D all installed. So we're going to get our mounting brackets for our cooler installed and added. This is a Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. So with the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, you have 3 different connections here that go back, but it's the VRM header for the VRM fan, the fan header for the CPU, the fans on the radiator, and then you've got a pump as well. So there's 3 different connections, preferably if you want to be able to control all 3 separately, or you can use a second cable they offer, which is just going to go to the CPU header, and then you control all 3 basically through that one header. But I prefer being able to separate all 3. But we're ready to get the case out. Let's go ahead and get the case out now. And then we'll drop the motherboard in there. Ooh. I'll get zoomed out here in just a second. Let's install the power supply EPS cables. That way we don't have to deal with that once we get the cooler in there. And those are connecting up here, and the cooler's going to be up here. And it makes it a big pain in the arse. Hey, I can't believe 48 PCs have been built already this year. Yes, I know. I haven't been streaming all week. Haven't been building. I've been sick. I feel like poo. I'm catching back up today. Oh, geez, sorry to hear that. Hope you're feeling better soon. I'm fine. I just kicked my butt all week. Been tired. Very tired. That has been the result. Anyway. Low energy. Extreme low energy. Alright. So here's our EPS cables. We're going to feed them through the back here. Up and in. Go. Now, I'm not worried about that becoming a problem once we get the cooler in here. So we can actually put the cooler in now if we wanted to. This is one of my favorite coolers for AMD right now, is the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. Holy smokes, this thing's badass for AMD. Maybe I should have this in frame. Hey, look at what I'm doing. Sorry guys, still a little foggy in the head. You think your PC is being built soon? I would be able to come pick it up on Sunday since it's Easter, or are you guys closed? We will not be around or available any part of the day on Sunday. So Saturday would be ideal, because we are building your PC today next. Yours is build number 3 of 3 today. And so that means we should have it ready for pickup tomorrow. So if you are able to come in the morning tomorrow, that, I mean, or whatever time tomorrow, I'll be pretty much available all day, most of the day. But tomorrow would be ideal. Or you'll have to wait until Monday. Sorry, had to dad moment. All right. So now we're going to apply some thermal paste here to the CPU and then install our block to the CPU, which is offset for AMD. This is the Arctic MX6. I'm probably going to lose my voice here, guys. No joke. I can feel it. It is escaping me. Takes an excessive amount of force to get that locked in. Hey, what's up? So I got all the parts finally. Nice! That's awesome. But, uh-oh. There's a but. What's with the butt? The radiator was missing the aim-for bracket? And I need a hub. What hub do you need? Starting to look like a gaming PC here. For the fans, you can daisy chain them, the RGB bit, but no fans. Oh. Yeah. I will never buy Eurasian Tech products ever again. Which product is it? Is that the Asus ROG? Whatever you call it? The case is a pain in the ass? It's a big case, if that's the one I'm thinking of. The Thor or whatever. Is it the Asus ROG? No, the case is ROG Tech. I don't remember them. Not sure I've ever used them before. But still cool that you got everything in. You just need to get a couple of things together, like you said, the hubs, or a hub. Deepcool actually makes a really cool hub if you want an RGB and a fan hub all in one. They make a really nice one. It's like 20-ish or so dollars. You had to almost break the glass to close it. I'll have to look up this case. That way I know not to buy it. Usually I wouldn't play around with brands, especially with customers. Customer stuff, I always try to stay with things that I know is good. That I've already vetted and I'm already happy with, etc. Pretty sure the RGB is here on the board. Pretty sure there's one here. Flip it around. See how we did. Looks solid. You can link it? Yeah, let me click that. Check it out. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me about this. I remember. Are those fans PWM? The huge 200 millimeter? I mean, they look cool, but not diggity dog. I'm like, I think I said this before, but I'm just not a fan of the glass front panel. Yeah, I remember looking at that before. You told me about it. Yeah. Sorry you had a bad experience with it. Metal one, like a mesh front panel. Installed and shipped off to you? Did it post? Did it work? Guys, we had your boy Jimmy or Jim over here, unfortunately, had it worked here. It passed all of its battle testing, so no bad RAM. Ran flawlessly on the bench. Packed it up, shipped it only to the UP in Michigan, and magically during shipping, he has one bad stick of RAM, and it wouldn't post. And it took us like, I don't know, an hour to troubleshoot and get down to the point where it was one bad stick. Yeah. It takes a second because there's new, it thinks it's new RAM. So it has to do that memory training. But after, I guess, not today or whenever you have some time, give me a call. There's one other setting we need to reset in the BIOS. Since we reset the BIOS, we want to enable the AMD Expo in the BIOS. So that's the only other thing we have to do, because right now the RAM's going to be running at 4800 megahertz and you have 6000 megahertz RAM. So it's only going to be running at a fraction of the speed that it's rated to be running at. So that is a little bit of performance off left without that enabled. So whenever you get a second, after I'm streaming, I can jump on a call and walk you through it. Takes 5 seconds to do. We're going to get the power supply installed. And really, that's all we have to do, because we're going to run the onboard video for this one, because Jake has a RTX 3080 that he's going to be installing. So I'm going to make sure the power cables are there for him, ready to go. So literally all he has to do is drop his card in, plug the power cables in, and fire it up. So I'm just going to plug in all these cables to the power supply so they don't go MIA. May as well. I'm pretty sure the 3080 Ti uses 3 8-pin connectors, so I'm going to send all 3 8-pin power supply connections, PCIe connections through to the other side. That way they're there for him, ready to go. Jake, if you're watching, that will make it super easy for you to plug your card in when you're ready. 10-4, I labeled the bad stick for you too. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, the whole kit's just going to go straight to Gigabyte. I'm not even going to screw around with it. It's unfortunate, but that kind of stupid madness happens. Hold that power supply, Batman. Yeah, I know. Hey, what's up, Ink? Bendy, how's it going? Yeah, this is a 1,000 watt power supply. So we got a lot of extra cables here. Like I said, we're gonna just run some of these cables to the inside of that PC. Because he's going to be installing his own graphics card. And it's a 3080 Ti, so I'm pretty sure it's got 3 PCIe's for the card. I'm going to run all 3 of these out there, just so that they're ready to go for him. There we go. And then the last thing we gotta do is plug this in, do some cable management on the back side, and then we'll fire it up with the onboard video. We can get Windows installed and all that. I do want to zip tie these pigtails in so they're ready to go. I don't think you'll need any of those. And he'll be able to plug all 3 of them in as needed. Ready to go for him. PC doing great? Awesome. Good to hear. All right, I wish I had a Velcro strip. Got a twist tie. Let's use a twist tie. We can set that there. Looking good. And we just got to do a little bit of cable management on the backside. Right. Then we can fire this thing up. You've been on FF14 grind. Nice. I haven't played it yet. I don't get a lot of time to play games. When I do, usually a little bit of PUBG here and there. I'm an OG PUBG player. Which, by the way, they did announce, I think, 2 days ago, if anybody else is a PUBG player, that they're going to be doing PUBG 2 on the Unreal Engine, which is unreal. Like a dream come true. Might have some good mechanics in PUBG going forward. Even though I think PUBG's mechanics isn't bad as it is. Thanks to you for building my PC. I've met a lot of dope people in FF14. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the community around that type of game is usually pretty cool. Well, it's good to hear that you are making good use out of the PC. And that it's performing good for you. You're almost level 90? Wow. Honestly, don't know what level that is on the F14. Level 90. I don't know if that's like super high or super low. Just don't have any experience with the game. Sounds like it's, you know, up there. What do you guys think? Is that cable management? Here, actually. So you're maxed out. Nice. All right, let's get this thing fired up. And then we move on to build number 3. Gonna look a little weird without a graphics card, but what we are building today. He has a graphics card already for the build, so there's no need to get a graphics card because he already has it. But here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Boing, 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 boing. So he's planning to put a 3080 Ti in the build when he receives it. So we built it without the graphics card. This AMD CPU, which is the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D, has built-in or onboard Radeon graphics. So we're able to build it without a graphics card, no problem. Get Windows installed and all that. And that is exactly what we are going to do. But we are done with build number 2. Mr. Jake, your PC. I don't think he was here for the stream. If he was, sorry. So I'm going to snap a picture and send it to him. I believe he works night shifts. This guy, he works like 3 jobs. So I think he's sleeping right now. So I didn't want to like blow up his phone. Sick. Yeah, turned out pretty good. All right, guys. I am gonna hit the restroom real quick again. So I've been drinking a lot of fluids today. Hey, Carol. Thank you for the like over there on Facebook. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick, and then we'll start build number 3, and it's gonna be for Micah. Birthday boy. Tomorrow. Yeah? Everybody, yay? Birthday boy build? And it's going to be the Quantum Prime on our website. So if you're familiar with any of our builds on the website, the Quantum Prime is a micro ATX dual chamber. So it's kind of like the O11 Dynamic, but it's like a mini version of it. It's a micro ATX dual chamber. Similar to the 11 by Leon Lee. It's a really cool build. Smaller, it's a lot smaller, so it fits nicely, especially for kids that have not a huge desk with a massive amount of space for it. But I really like those builds. People like them because they look cool, and they're very affordable. And it just gives a modern aesthetic. This is modern aesthetic to me, as well as dual chamber, but it's just a different flavor. I really like them. So we'll be doing that build here in just a few minutes, and enjoy checking out Mr. Jake's new build. Again, he's planning to put his own graphics card in. He's got a 3080 Ti. So I've got his power cords right here ready for him. And so all he's got to do is slot his card, plug that in, and then install the NVIDIA drivers. That is one thing I'm not going to do, is install the NVIDIA drivers. So that is one of the extra steps you'll have to do, but not a big deal. And I can help him if he needs help. So I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Sorry, guys. I need a refill, and I need a pee. All right, I gotta click some more buttons behind me real quick. Why does it do this? All right, let's go ahead and shut this one down and we'll start build number 3. Let's get off this bouncy camera. Ugh. Great. There it is. Okay, so build number 3, let's go ahead and update that on the stream. Right? This is the right one, right? Yeah. Okay. So I messed up earlier. Somebody was saying, came in and asked me, and I thought they were somebody else. So many boxes, I know. This is for Linda and her son. His birthday is tomorrow, so we're trying to get this together before tomorrow. Maka was in here earlier on the YouTube channel. Her build is going to be build number, if we're going off of today's builds, build number 5. So I've got 4 and 5, so there's 2 builds, and so it'll be tomorrow's part of tomorrow's batch of streams, which we're going to try to do earlier in the day. So likely I could have it ready towards the end of the day tomorrow. But this one's for Linda. We're going to be just updating the name here real quick. I just wanted to clarify that if they're still watching. I warned you guys, I'm on some drugs right now for my cold or whatever the hell this is. I don't even know what it is. It's kicking my butt. And I'm a little loopy. Not gonna lie. All right, build number 3 for Linda. Let's go. for the birthday boy tomorrow. So this is a birthday boy build. All right, so we're gonna, this is, if you're, again, as I mentioned earlier, this is the Quantum Prime on our website. This is tier 2, which has a AMD Ryzen 5 3600. It's got 6 cores, 12 threads, 4.2 gigahertz, a Thermalright liquid AIO cooler, which is the Frozen Note 240 millimeter by Thermalright. It's got two 400 millimeter radiator and two 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans. Motherboard's a B450 by Gigabyte. It's the DS3H Wi-Fi, so it has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth built into it. 16 gigs of DDR4, 3200 megahertz RAM, I'm so used to talking about DDR5. It's CL16, and this is the Team Group T-Force Vulcan Z RAM. Great stuff. Then we have a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 3 SSD, which is by Lares. The graphics card is an AMD Radeon RX 6600. This is by Power Color, and it's the fighter model. Downside of that card is that it has a weird, it doesn't have backplate, but the 7000 series I think does. I wish they would have just put a backplate on this card. 650 watt 80 plus bronze power supply, going in a micro ATX, again dual chamber case. So it's kind of like the O11 Dynamic, but it's a micro ATX version of it at a knockoff brand. Excuse me. It's got we're going to be installing 5 addressable RGB 120 millimeter PWM fans, and these are also Thermalright fans. These things are pretty badass for the price. You're having fun in PvP today. Nice. And then we're going to be installing Windows 11 Pro on this. Obviously battle testing and all the other stuff we do to our PCs normally. But we're looking to have this ready before the day is through. So, who's ready to get started? Let's do it. No big deal. Just another PC to build. Let's do it. So we're going to get started with the motherboard, CPU, and the RAM, and the SSD. All that good stuff. Like normal. Get a little, let's get a little zoomy here. Let's zoom in. We can see what we're working with. There we are. So we're going to get the CPU installed, we're going to get the RAM installed, the SSD, and then we're going to get the mounting brackets for the cooler on here. Wow, that motherboard looks familiar. Have we used it a couple times? We've used it a couple of times here, I think, right? It's hard to beat the price of this board with the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth on it, because almost everybody that buys a computer nowadays is usually coming. I know, I wish it came with, I wish it included USB-C on it. It's the same one I have, yeah. Oh, nice. And I've used it a few times here, so probably recognizable. But it's just hard to beat the price for it with the features. I think it's like 80 bucks right now on Amazon. Something like that. It's just really hard to beat. Just a few. Just a few of them. Sniffles are coming back. Bad sniffles. Now we install the SSD. Mounting. Now we need the mounting hardware for AMD. Oh, no, this one, this one uses this. Never mind. Scratch that. We're ready for the case. Moving on. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see when the case comes out. It's a cute little thing. Already got 120 millimeter fans in here, but we're going to be removing those. What do you guys think of this thing? Cute little thing, huh? Would help if it was in frame so you could see it. That do be looking pretty sick. Yeah, nice space saver. It is. It's pretty compact. Probably gonna be a pain in the butt to build in. But these ones generally are, because it's so tight. But overall, they make pretty solid builds. Damn it. Didn't want to do that. My finger, let it go. As if it was a Frozen movie. Do, do, do. I had an even smaller one that was a media PC that hooked up to the TV to play movie collections. Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember I think I know what case you're actually thinking of or talking about. Those were pretty cool little cases too. Those media center builds, I had one of those as well back in the day. It was before Netflix was even a thing. Wondering if I should just remove this bar. It doesn't go all the way out. And then I also see another problem. I should probably send this shit through first, or I'll be mad at myself. One thing I don't like about this case in particular is the current situation that I'm in right now, which is having to do this. A little bit of a design flaw there. Motherboard needed to be a little higher. Yeah, a friend built it and would back up his DVDs to digital storage to have access across his internal network. Nice. You did the whole, like, Puerto Rico thing, or whatever country that is down there outside of Florida. Basically, the government wouldn't allow, a bunch of stuff on the internet there. So the people at this nation created an internal network, and you would have supporters that would pay for it, but it was literally like they didn't have Wi-Fi signals. It was just a bunch of old Linksys routers just put together throughout a city, just as an example, to create one large internal network where you could access, an intranet to have access to like movies and all sorts of stuff. And they would actually smuggle this data from the US physically back into their country and upload the new stuff. So like weekly, they would have new weekly uploads because they were smuggling this data into their country. It was crazy. And it was all because, they wouldn't allow things like Netflix in the country. So they created their own Netflix. I thought that was a very interesting article that I read. Can't remember what country it is off the top of my head right now, but it was quite interesting. Yeah, I believe when it was all said and done, their network had over 100,000 people on it. An internal network. Think about the logistics if you have any like networking experience on that. That is a lot of people on an internal network. The logistics alone behind that would have been insane. So, all right, now that we've got these cables plugged in with the motherboard installed, we're going to try to mount two fans down here, two fans on the side, one on the rear, and then we'll get the radiator installed. But I'm going to do the fans, so that seems like the right next thing to do. walk up with a laptop and there was the USB end hanging out of the wall. Reminds me of before having to worry about viruses everywhere. Hey, what's up, Mewers? Reminds me of before having to worry about viruses everywhere, where they would do dead drop USB. Yeah, oh yeah. One point at Chicago Art Institute had one in one of their walls. Yeah. That's actually still a thing, a physical USB stick left somewhere and then gets carried into a secured location, mixed up, and then accidentally plugged into the network. Those plants are still out there. The physical plants. For malicious purposes. Still exists today. Alright, I don't know how I'm going to get these cables through to the backside with that hole being so tight. No comment. I think I'm going to undo the board again. That's a big complaint about this particular case, which I probably won't buy again. Unless, you know, I buy it knowing now what I know. How big of a pain in the butt this is. There's just no space for me to send those wires through to the backside on the bottom. So I would have had to install the fans first, or at least get the cables through before I secured the board. It's kind of dumb. So I'm going to stick with the other brand that I usually buy. I thought this one looked nicer. Functionality about the same, except for this bottom portion of the board just isn't good. So in order for me to send these through, I have to do this. Still love the computer that you built for me? Awesome. Glad it's still running strong. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. We're just building a birthday boys build right here, and I'm just struggling with the cable management on the bottom portion of this board. The case, anyway. The case just doesn't have a big enough cutout for everything that we're shoving through it. So, one step forward, one step backward, and so on. Hmm. Nice. It is going to look pretty dope when it's done, though. I just wish there was a little bit more wiggle room down there. Not too shabby. Do 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 do. Do do do. 2 more fans to install, and then we can add the AIO cooler. Actually, we probably should put the power supply in first to get those EPS cables in that on that top corner before we put the AIO in. That would be ideal. Probably a better ideal. These are going to be intake cables. Right. And in. Locked and loaded. This I don't like either, cutting in front of the fan. Well, that is interesting. Do, 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 do. Hey, what's up, Mr. Burrow 2020? Thank you for the follow. We're building this micro ATX dual chamber build right now. It's been a challenge. Little tight, but we're trying to be a little bit more proactive with our cable runs to make it maybe a little easier. All right, now I think we are ready for the AIO. 240 millimeter AIO is going to go in here. So let's get this in frame. And unbox it. This AIO is the Thermalright Frozen Note. It's 240 millimeters. It's got two 120 millimeter fans and a really good inline pump. Also features a mirror-like RGB circle on the block, which is cool. Looks pretty dope. Now, a very common thing that happens when with Thermalright is they ship these with the fans backwards, meaning the cables are on the wrong side of the radiator, so we gotta spend a minute, swap those fans around. I wish they would stop doing that. If we install it like so, our cables are facing towards us, which we need it facing the back. So we got to rotate the fans quickly. Only takes a moment. And then we are going to undo the twist ties. I love these kind of streams and good to learn some stuff. Yeah. Welcome to the Build Show. We usually do at least 1 or 2 streams a week. At least one. And it's usually multiple PCs. We're on build number 3 for today. So you missed some of the cool builds that we already did as well. This one's probably the most unique because of the dual chamber micro ATX case we're building in. I've personally never built in this case before, and I've got a lot of complaints on this one, but I do like this micro ATX build style. They're fun. They're cute, fun little builds, I guess is what you could say. Alright, so what I'm going to do is send these cables to the back of the PC. Feed the cables to the back. And then we're going to mount this radiator to the top. Actually, idiot. Where's my, this was supposed to come with it. I'm so special. I'm an idiot. It's okay. We already knew this. I'm just plugging in this RGB connection and the PWM fan connection for the CPU fans before I try to shove this all back there. Okay. It's going to get a little tight up there as soon as we put this radiator on the top here. Everything's going to get... God. Everything's just going to get super tight in here. Well, at least have the connections made, so it's a little bit easier. I use my little pokey stick to feed the rest of these cables back there, if I have to. Which it looks like that's what we're gonna probably do. Yeah. Dropped one. One screw on the floor somewhere. We'll have to go fetch it. That was easy. All right. I just realized the volume was way up. I don't know when that happened. I must have bumped it with my shoulder or something. Sorry if I was yelling at you. At some point, I must have bumped it with my shoulder. Okay. Got those cables pulled through. Just want to get this around that. Not being pushed on. Okay. Now we can block the CPU and then deal with the rest of these small cables, drop a graphics card in here, plug it in, fire it up. Call it a day. See what this bad boy will look like. Kind of wanted... Guess we gotta go to the side. The retro gamer time. Up in here. Paste. You always want to try to get a little bit of paste towards the bottom of an AMD CPU because that's where the hotspot normally is. So definitely make sure there is as much coverage towards the bottom on an AMD Ryzen. Hotspots towards the bottom. This is the RGB connection for the block, which is going to become the chain for the upper side of the chamber. Oh gosh. What a pain. Well, it would help if that didn't happen. Like, for real? How is that even a thing? How is that even a thing? This is so tight. It's tight enough. It's just too small. Be a little bit bigger. Good concept on the case, just a little too small. In my honest, professional opinion. Now I've got zero space for any type of cable management back here. It just ain't happening. Is my B. Usually I'd go through and zip tie all these and clean them up. It's just impossible in this case because it's so packed. So packed to the brim. Ryzen hotspots at the bottom? I didn't know that. But good that you know. Yeah. Especially on the newer ones. They are hot. In fact, if you go look up the Liquid Freezer 3 by Arctic, you can actually get an AIO with an offset mounting, which centers the cold plate for the AIO lower on AM4 or AM5, so that it centers up on the hotspot, which is lower. It leaves a small portion of the CPU exposed, but that's because that's not where the heat is. They center it up on the hotspot, and it actually has a really good impact on performance. So take a look at the Liquid Freezer 3 by Arctic, and specifically AMD mounting that has the offset mounting. Pretty cool. It is cool. That is actually one that we did earlier today too. Built with that cooler and that CPU. I gotta pull this up. Ryzen hotspots at the bottom are the thing. For Rizzle. I guess I'm just going to shove this up here. I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get with the cable management in this case. So many wires and cables, it's really impressive to watch. So thank you. By the way, Maka, you are build number 5. We're at 3. So tomorrow we're doing 4 and 5. if I didn't already update you. Just wanted to make sure. So this is the RX 6600 graphics card that we're putting in here by Power Color. What is nice about this case is that you can put a pretty large graphics card in here if you wanted to. It will take it. What do you think? Super duper hard to build in. I put this on a hard, you know, like a higher scale of hard or for difficulty, just because of how many different things we had to do just to get everything to fit. But I mean, overall, it worked out, and we got it all to go in. But it's a cute little dual chamber build, super compact, yeah. It's a cute little thing. Totally missed. All right, so let's clean up the screws really quick. And then we'll plug it in and fire it up. I'll give you guys a side view so you can see everything from the side. And see if we can get it to post. All right, let's plug it in, fire it up. See what it looks like. Get to that side view. Yeah. Oh boy. Let's fix that side view. All right, who's ready to see this thing fired up? A 3, a 2, a 1. It's the Gigabyte Orange from the B450. It defaults to that orange color. It looks like we have one. Nope, it's back. Never mind. Take that back. And we did get a post. We posted. Looks nice. Thank you. Hey guys.
Howdy, good sir.
I'm still streaming.
Oh. Good morning, man.
It's okay.
Chat.
I was actually just wrapping up.
Oh, really?
Are you Zach?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the build's not done yet.
Oh, really? It's
Yeah.
still downloading, I'm assuming.
It's still right there. I've been kind of back and forth on it. It's built. I just got to finish up the some of the stuff on it. So it's probably got a good hour left on it. Yeah. But usually I would tell you it's ready. Come get it.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I don't know if you guys already ate dinner or not.
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna say maybe go eat.
Yeah.
Right. No. It's okay. I'm just letting you know it's not quite ready.
Sorry about that. I thought it was. That's my fault.
No, you're good.
That's my
You're good.
fault.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
I feel better that it's not ready and you're here.
Oh, it's okay. Excited to see it.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. All right, we'll be about an hour. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down for the night. We got all the builds that we needed done today done. So we will be building, I think, another set of 3 builds tomorrow. I am going to try to do it earlier, but it might end up that we're doing the builds later in the evening tomorrow. So just reach out. Let me know if you have any questions. Can't wait till tomorrow. Yeah. We'll be doing yours tomorrow. Yours is, I think, first on the list, and then Maka over on YouTube. Yours is the second for tomorrow. And then there was one more that we're doing. That'll pretty much catch us back up where we need to be. Anyway. Sweet. So tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Happy Friday. Bye. I gotta finish these PCs. No problem. Thank you for hanging out.